Good morning, everyone, and welcome to what's hopefully going to be the last session of the Great Ace Attorney 2. Holy shit. I have like 5 hours, so let's do our best. Holy shit. Hey, Bank. Hey, May. How you doing? Alright. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at Imperial University in Tokyo, Japan.
Why is she there? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is...
This is Dr. Maria Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Seath, I understand.
So that's where I'm right now, so shit. Okay. Well, don't feel you have to stay. If you're busy or whatever, but I appreciate you popping by, May. Yes, Dr. Seath.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
Hello.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. Got her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Seath that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary.
Timing's too perfect. I guess I have nothing to do. Oh wait, he just live. Welcome, Chris.
Since was therefore deemed to unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinus.
So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Van Ziegs?
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama, as secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
Oh my god. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieg's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you again, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately to what you saw and heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Alright, let's see. What has he got to say about this?
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Okay.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! Well, that clears up things nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Really, with the tip of his sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Clyde Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have that without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clyde Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promise you to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of suppositional speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Do you no scare?
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with a caution.
Yes, my lord.
Take that, Judge.
Get owned by the very lawyer sweater, I'm told. Okay. I'm gonna... Was there 5 statements? Death resulted from a wound by a weapon instead. Okay, I wanna press this. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct! And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Ah, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clyde Van Zeeks may not have been one of the professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Ah. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog.
A true hound of hell.
The Hound of the Baskervilles, I'm guessing?
There were no other signs of internal injury, no other questionable...
Hold it! Yeah, I want to check this. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Seath, were in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's story... told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I don't confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing on the Nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Come on, Dr. Corey, what was it?
We need to figure out what that piece of evidence was. Beautiful but dangerous.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip of a finger perhaps.
It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach.
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old.
But I remember that ring.
You do? My father's possessions were sent to a family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Good gracious, yes, that's it. Hadn't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Am I really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Corey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Interesting. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
Must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Okay. Only one inspection point. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes. If you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp.
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo.
She just put the mask on to not respond.
Even for you.
Who'd make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with some red and bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. So basically, it's so sharp. So I'm guessing either I present the autopsy report here, because it says there's no internal trauma, right?
Objection!
No, then I present the ring. Okay. I'm thinking too hard. Am I? Hi, BDP, welcome.
Objection!
Huh. Okay. Let me just press. It was just the ring. My lord, the music doesn't stop, so clearly the evidence is incorrect. Let me do this. Here we go. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest. Obviously can't swallow that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think I need to figure out which statement I need to present that on. And also, I might need a press to get extra testimony.
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak von Zix, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother client has closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it?
Poor father. He looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh,
I couldn't say what's this word. This phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you. Whatever may happen.
Hold it! You couldn't say, oh, maybe I present on this one.
No, sadly not.
But you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man orders were just the lighting or passing implement. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
I'm going to see if I just present on this statement then.
Objection!
Okay, I'm just gonna present the ring on every statement. I'm just gonna present the ring on every statement, and I'm gonna hope it's gonna work. I don't, like, this is the problem. I know exactly what the logic is. It's just, I don't know which statement they want me to present it on. I doubt it's this one. Yep, the music didn't stop. God damn it. Yeah, here we go.
Objection!
I don't know why, I was looking for, like, the internal injury. Because I was like, okay, I wish, like, you know what would be cool in future Ace Attorney games? If you could present two pieces of evidence that contradict each other. Like, I know we sort of do that in the jury hearings, but, like, I could have explained this by presenting a Sorgi's ring and client's autopsy report at the same time, you know? But anyway. The victim has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny. You do that a couple times, yeah. Whether this ring in fact came from the victim's stomach or not.
what are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sorgi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there, and then, in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence right here.
That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel, other than the ring. Nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down the throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No.
And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws it has, surely you'd expect to see the damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you?
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So it's right, Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy report to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch your corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Wow. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Wow. Wow.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have. Of Genshin Asori saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Don't make a baby coming along.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled streets. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
Wait a minute. Were they attacked to get the ring from Genshin, perhaps? Assuming it is his ring, right? That's undeniable, right? Did his ring get taken when his left hand was shot? Because Von Zieks also passed out afterwards, right?
It was on the ring finger. Yeah, of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean, the ring was stolen from him? Do you think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Okay, I guess Capcom needs new writers if you keep guessing everything. You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. That was a really weak point. He didn't have the energy he normally does.
Objection!
You set the whole thing up. So you could paint her as a mass murderer and have him arrest... Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? It really feels like we're ahead of, we're basically overtaken Kazuma in a few ways.
Oh, well, this is an interesting spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this elaborate fabrication of the autopsy results, so much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate.
But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Ah!
Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Hello, Kazuma. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now. They always ignore the obvious answer of him knowing he wasn't going to get out of that trial alive no matter what. Yeah. This trial may have very well ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invitation, there's no conceivable reason. Were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were inventional, right? There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma must create one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial.
A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Was he somehow protecting Van Zix? I don't know.
Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could have possibly explained Asogi's silence in court?
I'm gonna guess it's the Asogi papers.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Nope, it fucking wasn't. Okay. Alright. Let me think this through. Let me actually think this through, rather than just going brain dead and presenting what seems like the most obvious answer.
If Kazuma knew that the evidence was being used was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for silence.
Well then, perhaps, he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. That could be it. My lord, the defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric.
Okay, here we go. Asogi's silence, huh? In terms of relevant evidence for this case, what do we have? Okay. That's not going to be relevant. That's definitely not relevant. That's not relevant. I don't think this is going to be relevant. Chief Water Vigil is relieved as a post, because this happens before. Expected. Negotiation with staff in order to secure assistance for the closure of information regarding the negotiations will be demanded. Maybe?
Take that!
It is, yeah. It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government.
In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison.
Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would keep very quiet. I would go even further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak, Mr. Sorgi, can be explained in no other way.
Order! First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah,
Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warden of the prison.
I won't allow the trial to turn into a farce. You're summoning the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may be a little rattle-paddle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that.
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment.
My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Alright. Getting to the bottom of things. Hello. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please?
I, Barry Kaiden, Governor Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip.
Wait,
Everyone calls me Gossip.
your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
Persona.
My name is Dali Vigil. I used to be the chief ward at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to the court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago.
Lush, the Professor? We've already been through this before a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Kaiden,
I don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mrs. Sorgi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guards! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was...
witness Governor Kaiden.
Aye, sir!
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Great responsibility indeed. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sorgi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So, you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break out Sorgi out of the Barclay prison 10 years ago.
It was the day that Japanese joke was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I sent the convict to the chief ward of Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Sorgi's write-up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't care if there were some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for the Her Majesty Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I didn't care that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nothing about that certificate that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear.
I mean, it could only come from one person.
As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on from between Mr. Sorgi and that office. That jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sorgi admitting to his crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord?
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well, proceed, Counsel.
Isn't court all about speculation using evidence until arriving at the truth? I don't know. You could put it that way. Okay, here we go. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But it was from the prosecutor's office. That narrows down who it could have issued straight away.
And it wasn't me.
Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office?
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from the higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who's behind it.
You can't be serious.
All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done. I assigned the convict to the chief warder here, Vigil here.
Oh wait, hang on. Here we go. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right, my only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But wouldn't I be surprised if there were any other folk in the prison service who've been given similar orders?
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Seath as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Okay.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Lord Vigil, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden?
Ah! And I ken that there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Alright, hang on, here we go. Hold it! But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation, it's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense.
So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty. For Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Wait, hang on, I meant to fucking press that. So Asogi-san was agreed to confess, because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I didn't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
And perhaps something compelled him to agree.
What a terrible thing. Using the law to legitimize such an underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging to identify the problem.
Alright, we need to keep pressing. Hold it! Here we go. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting a joke out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only. Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Oh god, he's spinning again.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying to him to upset you? Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the what is that word? Chicaneries? Chicaneries of an escape?
Ah.
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the dear jailbreak, between Asogi and the boy at top, doesn't it quite add up, does it?
Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gods! Aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Objection! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison, Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card, something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavens, the fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you wee lad? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Gah!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi's Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jings, what in the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where I said what it would be.
How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you pilly wally god galot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it to your fault, did I know your lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What?
What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described the document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No! I definitely heard him say that. I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers.
A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection! Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the Judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a lie and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay's prison is hiding something.
It's clear that the rollback was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious and apprehensible forces?
What did you say?
We should know more than Chief Order! You haven't testify again!
Testify!
Scroll must go on, the man's voice must be heard!
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witnesses testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir! Yes, my lord!
Alright. Okay.
As the warden responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Sorgian, kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside looking for after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi patient when a directive came to me telling to impound them. The document was in the fold of the fellow's robe that left in the cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono, that's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you know, satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? You wee waffinger!
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, sir? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Gah!
Little and large. What a double act.
We compiled with Asogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we're much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you cannot deny. Can I deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay. I'm gonna press as much as I can, I think. So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly, though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Okay, and now he has found out he's doing something with that will. Hold it! Or was that something? And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
Unlike the bomb pot, yeah? You didn't tell me a blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Berkeley, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Osorgi to take him to make a will for the benefit of his family and homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah! It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it wasn't subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor.
A president governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell clearly is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Why are the people of Britain and Japan continue to fight? Why must the people of Britain and Japan must continue to fight? I have to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing about that will. We turned to tell inside. Okay.
Hold it! It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes.
And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled,
It cannot be disappeared completely in my face.
Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it?
but it had proven impossible to find.
That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer had risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hey Aru, how you doing? You called me live for the first time. I don't know if you plan to play this game, but I will say I'm right at the end of the game and there are some really, really big spoilers. But hey, how you doing? Thanks for joining. How are you? How are you awake? No, you would have been awake all night, wouldn't you? Hold it! It's out of context. I don't know if it's out of context. I don't know how out of context this is gonna sound. I'm about to sleep, haven't slept yet. Oh, okay, well. Well, I appreciate you coming along. Just, I guess, be careful of spoilers. Out of context really doesn't work here. I'm sorry. It's like, basically what you're doing is like, you know, you're still playing AA the Somnium Files, right? You've basically gotten to I'm basically streaming the answer to the big mystery of that game, right? It's like, here is the answer, right? Here's the entire game spoiled for you, effectively. So if you have any, oh, you're finishing it tonight? I will drop by, because assuming I finish this game, I might have to leave, but I will absolutely, I won't pay attention to the game. That's gonna be hard because I'm reading everything out aloud. Hey Tyler, how are you doing? Oh my god. We are at the end, yes. Oh Tyler. Oh Tyler. Oh my god, of course, the moment Tyler comes in. But yeah. Nice to see you, Aru. I'll sleep then. We'll see you next time. Yeah, next game I'm going to be playing as Fire Emblem, so feel free to just drop by whenever. That's not really too bad with spoilers, so... yeah. Anyway, hey Tyler, how you doing? Wow, more people dropping in today. I guess it is the final of this game. I'm hoping. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but we'll see. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now.
Almost done with Engage.
And all I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will?
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Hold on, I need to think about that. The document was in the folder of the fellow wrote. Let's see. Let's see. I accept my fate in front of mode. Document. What are the Asogi papers? I'll keep pressing. Hold it! In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during the incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items with personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, and his sword.
His sword?
Karuma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. I wonder if the document is tied to the sword somehow. Forget it being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Leonosuke. Respectful silence.
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that sting.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials.
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with at Barclays.
Dr. Mikotoba asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black Suni ink, and some Hanshi rice paper. No doubt.
I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming master jet plate worth once to me.
Excuse me. Here we go. So last statement again. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! Scarlet. One moment. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that.
Less slang and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord, the defense after Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or not possibly important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in Scarlet ink, but I'm perhaps mistaken.
Objection! Bitch, let's go. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said. You thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
Havers again! You're no evidence to say that!
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noticed on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does.
Scarlet ink.
Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this: whatever Lord Client Van Zieks was writing in on that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clyde was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Client Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony was to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when you spotted Mr. Asorgi with the document in his cell, his precise words follows, were they not?
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
Allah's will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament?
Ah!
If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asorgi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil didn't see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asorgi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Client Van Zieks.
No.
What?
God damn.
Objection!
Holy shit.
This is madness! My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No. Impossible! That is utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zieks.
Client was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death. It's obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asorgi came to be in possession of that document. I reckon Genshin did kill Client, but it was on request. And that's why it was through the sword, right? Hello, Curb. Did you manage to finish the game last night? How you doing? Everyone's here now. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to enact that daring jailbreak plot. I'm at the exact same point of view, had to catch up a bit. Okay, cool. Yes, there can be no question of the will that contained the information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest. Nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no
Purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel?
The last one testimony that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Klein van Zieks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court has logically that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue that line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there was no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Klein van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Sato.
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Klein van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details on the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
Do you know, Scare? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. What are we getting at? Yeah. That's what I want to know. I'm not sure I see where this is going. Is the way I'm thinking of it, bombshell incoming? Okay, thanks for hyping me up for it. Probably don't do that in future BDP, but like the way I'm thinking it, I mean the game's also hyping it up, so it's fine. But I think the way I'm thinking of it, either Klein van Zieks was the Professor, perhaps, and it was trying to get rid of the corrupt nobles. That's what I'm thinking, but yeah. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Klein van Zieks was in fact a confession. I reckon it's a confession. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense.
You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo.
The music cut, we're right. I believe that what Lord Klein van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying?
Do you even realize?
A confession
About the true identity of the Professor.
that would mean...
Lord van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. It's me, hi, I'm the Professor, hi BTP. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Klein van Zieks himself. Ah!
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zieks family have been thoroughbreds of the British family. Lord Klein van Zieks was a paragon of justice in the capital. But he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities in the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, Lord and order, the country would be finished.
My brother.
But this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barok Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order in the court!
Lord Von Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest, on the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Klein's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
Oh my god! That's what it was? Oh my god! No way! Oh, it's all coming together! A jewel-studded collar? Balmung is the name of the sword Sigurd uses in mythology.
That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come to across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold.
The fire emblem!
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Phantom Thief B.
Oh my, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
And there you go. And there you fucking go. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which clients acquired upon their marriage.
How is Sigurd becoming relevant now? Yes, Sigurd. Oh, not what I meant to do. Sigurd, my All right, I can do this, can't I? Sigurd, my beloved. Oh my god, look at the quality of that image. It's so fucking small. Anyway,
The college you described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Klein von Ziek's widow.
there was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey.
So is it true then? Klein von Zieks really was the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it up to exonerate their own!
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of the nobles and royals was the noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would I can't read this word. Irrevocably fucking hell, destabilize the British society. Getting the Sigurd profile picture immediately after Gregson died was so worth absolutely. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easing but believing that justice was done, though that his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer that was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth.
Tell me then! Tell me what Klein really was!
Lord Clyde von Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black root of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become an even more fiendish one himself. Klein.
Yo, it's Baker Street.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows will cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crimes, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Klein van Zix made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again, what do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor.
Yes, but beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the family.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. Using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate.
He actually figured it out. Wow. Alright.
We need the full support of the Judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
It wasn't really that hard. No, it wasn't. I actually didn't think it'd be Lord Klein. I didn't think it'd be Klein himself. I was like, okay, the professor probably wasn't a Sorgi, but like, who could it be? I don't see it being Klein, but I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
So a large family estate that has a Fiat guard dog, you should know that's commonplace in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenacious accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zix mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Klein Van Zix perished. I don't believe this.
So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zix meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. So it's been Britain being corrupt. Got it. Business as usual. Yep.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
If someone that wasn't an aristocrat did this, they would have been arrested ASAP. Yes, pretty much. And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene.
I bet it's tied to Karuma.
We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
I bet it's tied to Karuma, and that's probably where it went. Kazuma probably has it on him. That's like, it's cliche if it's the case, but I absolutely think that's what's gonna happen. It has to exist somewhere.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret.
Get it? Because it's resolve? Title drop?
And to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So, you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father?
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing unforgivable rules.
Then it was you who's arranged the fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson!
Barrier moment.
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you of your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zix. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yeah, well, I've known now it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't gotten rid of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to burn.
And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
Damn.
So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back street, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sorg was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows.
Don't forget that I have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
I like how this guy is like, we need to protect law and order, when really, the idea of protecting a law and order, I feel like the idea of protecting law and order that is flawed inherently, I mean, I think most law is pretty flawed. There's always going to be a loophole regardless of whoever writes the law, right? But I feel like in Strongheart's position, it would have been better if he used this opportunity to quite literally change, like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it would have been better to, of course, I'm saying this from a completely outsider's perspective, right? But wouldn't it have been better to, like, use the opportunity to change the law for the better? Yeah. He's just another guy on a power trip and justifying it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like if you really wanted to protect the law, you should have prosecuted Van Zix and got the truth out, right? Because what you're protecting is not worth protecting, is what I'm saying, right? You're trying to protect something that is not worth protecting, you know?
So what's to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. Yeah. He did it for me?
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Miles Strongheart?
He's gonna do the big thing.
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Baruch von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What? What brazen...
I knew that you'd play the part of it to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death, no. You were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper came.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right, so I had to employ the services of this young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith.
Dr. Sith.
So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded the law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it! An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still. All those who died at the Reaper's End were rotten to the core anyway. It was only to keep London safe.
There is one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further.
Did he say no one? This is new music also.
There was no one left, yeah. Now, I would like to entreat all those present, beyond all these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Once the end of the trial prematurely. Can you do this? Can the trial really end now?
I have one last question for the accused, Lord Von Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother.
Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. After that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began terrifying his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes, but it was only once, not more.
Only once, really?
Client wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at that time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do! Neither Client Von Zeek nor Genshin Osogi used to walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But We're gonna have to use the Shom stuff.
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in blank ink left by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've had explained.
3 pages? I thought it was 2 pages. It's only 2 pages. Someone is very clearly trying to not allow him being found out from the public. Yeah.
Later today, I presented myself to the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanctions deemed appropriate.
He slipped up, yeah.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection! Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zixen's recollection of his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defense to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is a contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Yunosuke. Think back on his words. Find the problem. I get it. I know. You don't need to do the flashback. We know. Okay. I wonder how obvious they're gonna make it. It's literally the last message. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, counsel?
Among the statements you just made moments ago. This is why I turn on text skipping. Right. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. I don't have text skipping on because I'm reading out everything aloud. There's no point.
Inconsistent.
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim it was contained a contradiction with which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kaiden!
Ah! What can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the block weird and like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel.
As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me right now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. That's inevitably inevitability, maudlin words can be of no consequence.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know what the content of the message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the third page of the document for all the present here.
Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read William language.
Who is this?
This beautiful language, shall you, Barry? If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotova?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal falls.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. You're gonna twist the head and it's going to have the truth in there. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
That was the end of the message.
Haiku poem. A haiku poem, twist thy head. Father,
What is Karuma?
the name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations and embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, new information has come to light.
Couldn't have written a normal message, could you?
In pursuit of justice, Lord Klein Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality.
I'm wondering if I can do that in my own time. No, it's gonna have to be story. It's gonna have to be story related, I think.
When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you!
I refuse to believe that.
That of my brother!
Too much time has passed, and we cannot even hope to know more we do not know. We do now, especially since the alleged will he penned in his final words appears to have been lost forever.
Ah. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've been heard you state the time and time again in these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting the British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could have never achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
What about Inspector Gregson? And Dr. Wilson? There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotova, will you not quietly withdraw the translation as your former associates will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from this proceeding to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Listen, Naruhodo. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Present evidence! Let's go! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Fucking go.
What? Don't be absurd! There's nothing of relevance for a moment from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? It's what you have. I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth of this about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
What did I say, counsel? If you're capable were my words.
Ah, wait, really? Come on, Ryunosuke. We know that Asogi-san negotiated with Lord Strongheart 10 years ago, using the last will and testament. So do I just present the last will and testament? Am I thinking too far ahead? And after his death, the document can be found in a cellar at a prison. You led me to believe it was going to be the katana. Did I fucking... yeah. Okay, maybe I have to inspect it. Okay, I'm gonna try a few things. First of all, let me get to the katana. I'm gonna open it up. Karuma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Ah, no, it's the actual head. I got it. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, isn't it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh,
I studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
oh. I see. Yeah, because that's another reading of the Atama kanji. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think?
Ah,
Look what's inside it.
is that? It's hardly one sheet of parchment.
There we go. Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Klein von Zieg's. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been slightly concealed inside Karuma. Nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clive von Zieg's.
Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. We had the evidence all along, I'm sure. I knew it. I fucking knew it. This game is so predictable. Not that it's bad. It just the end. This last session has been so predictable. To be fair, we're just trying to corner. Yeah.
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can be clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
The last will and testament of Lord Clive von Zieg's.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right. It was. Only, I have it right here. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Oh, impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document. It's the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh my god, look at that expression.
Oh! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma! That ultimate weapon Genshin Nosogi obtained undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the content of the document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Now fuck you, we can read it. You don't have to say anything. You can't do that, my lord. This document can explain everything.
The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Oh, what are you applying? Court of the drone with immediate effect. Now the cover. Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason.
Who can't find 60 independent will that day? Particularly the young man say.
Read it out, now!
We're right here, that's in the will. And it's a duty. Well, my lord. Would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hope.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then.
No, for God's sake! No!
Not every day you deal with a corrupt judge, indeed. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the jewel, that I may depart this world with honor. In Testament Xenosaga 3? An honor which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Client Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. Guilty Gear reference? Yes! That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I'm a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I, or my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Miles Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Wait, he was the one doing commanding all the professor things as well? So now we know, yes, Client Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Miles Strongheart. It was you!
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago. You claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now.
It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim The former Lord Chief Justice was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Client had no possible reason to kill the man.
But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Client Van Zeeks, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the man, the arm of the law, fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
He's gonna say Van Zeeks.
On the night following his mock execution, I went to locate Samurai at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Oh god. No, it was Jigoku. And that's why he had stuff on him to get him to do the assassination.
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku's fierce ambition made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I'd worked with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be hid, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool!
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison enclosed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas to dig up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night...
Blast. If the people find out that this getting will rock the foundation to very comfort.
Then
What do we do?
shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at one. Can't live now this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? We had an agreement! We promised we could return to Japan!
Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished. Forever.
It was Jigoku.
Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku saw Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeller's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you just know what really happened to Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and have used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails, but law and order reign supreme.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Klein von Zix from dishonor of his death.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable! It was the only way to protect the justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders can of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea what the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zix who've worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his hand through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little... When will you get through to your thick skulls?
That was for the Queen and the country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted for the truth, for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Breakdown time, let's go. Oh my god, it is Gant! It's Gant! No way! It's really fucking Gant! What I kept saying, he's similar to Gant. No way! Holy shit! He actually is! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I called it! Wait, hang on, I need to look this up now. Gant Ace Attorney. What is his Japanese name? Kaiji Ganto. So it's basically the same. Kaiji. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. No fucking way, it's oh my god. Oh my god.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. The publishers of Demon X Machina, the hidden Nintendo Switch game, published by Marvelous Games, later put it to be seen via the Epic Games Store.
What are you talking about?
The delightfully graphic expression, the beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, a friend from the Far East, quite a bit of industriousness.
You fraud! Keep your mockery!
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said.
1.5 is really good. What are you trying to say?
What are you trying to say? I've occupied the doctor recess of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to point it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
It's true, personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
I didn't know. I absolutely did not know. You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what, threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary present. You all know of these darkest recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves.
Holy shit. I'm just thinking. We need to tie the Hound of the Baskervilles into this and pulling on the ears of the doll. I bet that's what it's going to happen. That's how it's going to tie into everything. The Hound of the Baskervilles reveals something that he did that we can condemn him for, I bet.
So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 60 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial, amid secret negotiations with the prosecutors to effect a right. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins manned by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, and without doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. To think that what we've accomplished since then, a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. If we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at time occupy the documents ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life.
Give me one moment, I'm just gonna get a banana. I'm really fucking hungry. I need a snack on something real quick. I'll be back. I'm back. Sorry. I was just really hungry. I just had a banana to hopefully get me through to the end of this trial, and then I'll sort out lunch.
That is all as was expected of this trial. All these other matters have been discussed.
We have
successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
Here's a point. The thing Lord Stronghand has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, this is our duty to maintain law and order in the capital. Can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for this crime rate. And by fair means or foul,
Don't use that phrase.
it's all thanks to
Stronghand. Oh my god. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary.
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, record shall be erased.
They're all just as corrupt, yeah. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation into his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Master of puppets? Metallica?
We've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet still he managed to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Do you know, Skay? Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. I love how the slam, like, cuts out all the chanting as well. 13.5, yes. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! What evidence is there to use at the station trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but... Holy shit. If there's ever a time to use this particular item and we have among the evidence, it's now!
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfold. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, ow, ow! My dear fellows! Must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes! You're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here!
Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
Holy shit.
It's Mr. Sholmes.
Holy shit, holy shit! Wait, he's a fucking projector? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the matter with this? Wait,
Seize him!
put that man in irons! This is close court! You've been warned once already, man!
What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord! Okay. We just go right through him. Look at him dancing! Look at him dancing! Ah! Okay. So, just for the record, I saw a thumbnail in like my recommendations while I was checking my stream VOD with 2 bailiffs surrounding Sholmes, right? And I was wondering, should I be concerned about that? No, because I didn't realize he was a hologram, and I didn't know the context, you know? Holy shit. Why did you just go right through him?
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of speakers versus converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so images could not keep them company. Could not image keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might as just well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after the shock arrival.
Poor father. What hopes he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom as well, get out or I swear to you! Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Mr. Naruhodo, these truly were the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which I would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
A garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You called me Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sod? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Shawms. Is Iris with you there? No way Iris is royalty. No way Iris is royalty. Oh my god. I just realized. Oh my god. Well, we'll see. We'll see, BDP, don't say it much.
Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What? I'm gonna destroy my voice. I need to, like, pull it back. What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo?
Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery! A third-rate detective, that's all! Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What's an apt description? A closed court session is attended by all elite members, but the judiciary is a rare affair. I presume that Her Majesty was more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You! I confess I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion. And about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was willing!
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vicky, haha!
Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem! Forthwith and of immediate effect, all authority of previously afforded to Miles Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Miles Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Chief Lord, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! What a fucking raw line. Naruhodo is the best fucking... Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god! And it's about to break, isn't it? Is that not, hazard?
Ah! Holy shit. That was the fucking most fire breakdown I've ever seen in the series. Quite literally.
Lord Clyde Von Zeke left a will in which confessed everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? How did he survive that shit? Yeah. Oi! Oi! I think I've actually hurt my voice. Holy shit.
The need to obtain that was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body at the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Von Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry?
How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What?
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barok, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Client Von Zeeks. Hold on. There we go.
Client.
Miles Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnant of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as...
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are now the defendant in this trial.
Ah,
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest that, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord.
do we get his name?
As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has been at last dispelled, thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey,
Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh my god.
I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. Oh my god.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so wrought and twister over its long history was to finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at that time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. My voice is utterly destroyed at this point. From the yelling and the crying. Oh my god. I'm gonna go horse. I'm gonna go fucking horse. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Masogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reason who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
No, I'm saving Iris for last. I'm well aware that without all of these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold, and from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve, fuck, never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk straight and narrow path ahead. You know, I was checking Twitter briefly, I saw May made a tweet about an Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney 3. I didn't read it just in case it spoiled the end of this game, but I saw you talking about it, May, and we'll see. Yeah, I probably shouldn't check Twitter, but yeah, they were talking about it. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. There's been no news about a third game, though. Yeah, I know. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's justice system has been silent. This series has been dormant for a little while, honestly, for 5 years now. Yeah, I know, it was hypothetical, but I was like, I know they tweeted about it, but I'm like, I should probably not read it, but yeah, I think, I had a feeling this game was going to wrap up everything very nicely, and it absolutely fucking has. I want to see Choms turn around and say, hey, Iris, you can publish the Hand of the Baskervilles now. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we all shall meet again in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Von Zieks. Baruch Von Zieks. In the conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baruch Von Zieks.
Let's fucking go. Zieks is easily the best prosecutor this game has ever had. An investigation game where you play as Gina, that would be fucking wonderful, yeah. Oh my god.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
The confetti feels really out of place of this. Oh my god. If Gina's gonna show up again in the ending and I can't do a voice, my voice is so fucking destroyed. Oh no.
British?
Maybe I can. We'll see.
British? I'm British.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I would have thought you'd been spawning ideas here, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Von Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. He's gonna smile, he's gonna fucking smile. Mr. Sato, everything's worse, everything seems worse, he has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Almost a year it's been now.
Since I first encountered you here, in this courthouse, for you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear.
What is it was he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth will have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in courts today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What a magnanimous words. I'm sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if you hear.
Kazuma. Mr. Sato, there's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zix. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect. I'm glad it wasn't like... I'm glad this wasn't like just a, oh, everything's happy, I forgive you now. People can't change that quickly, and I'm glad it's been like this. This is a very nice interaction. This is a really good interaction. I'm gonna cry again.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Client Van Zink wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The other wish, yeah. First is this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. Is this going to relate to Iris's father? Is he going to be Iris's father? Because that's another unresolved thing. And there's only so many unresolved things that can't be linked, right? It's on my mind. It's still playing in my mind. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Client Van Zix. What can the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps, oh no, maybe not. I might be able to shed some light on that. I'm actually Iris's father, she's my daughter. Oh my god. Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why don't you put him over a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishun, I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance.
By the way, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but Eugen means friend, so...
You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there. A lady of the gentry?
Yeah, okay.
She's not in a good way. And she's with the child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're our only hope.
This is Iris.
By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man I'd help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need you to ask the same favor. You're the only person I know that can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then.
So Sholmes knew.
That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had been clearly been looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place.
Baskervilles. B for Baskerville. But Baskerville? You mean the woman is the wife of Lord Klein van Ziegs?
That's right! The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Klein have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he really didn't have any choice. So was Iris van Ziegs. Really?
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ah.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Ziegs family as much as possible.
I don't believe it.
I imagine that in the final hour, Lord Klein van Ziegs made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name.
Oh?
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So was her name.
Oh, it's Hitomi! Her name's... wait, is his wife's name Hitomi?
So it was her naming it
To the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor. In other words... the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Ayame. No, okay, hold on. Ayame. Yep, Iris Flower. Yeah, I see.
Okay, I looked it up. Ayame can mean the iris as in the flower. So it's not iris with the I, it's iris as in a flower. Okay. Cool. Oh!
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Iris. Well, it's the natural conclusion to everything, yeah. I had no idea. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? The little thing just pinched me on the behind through my tracker. It's hard.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you?
Ouch, yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. The publishers of the hit game Damon X Machina for Nintendo Switch later ported to PC via the Epic Games Store. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice
The Lord Chief Injustice?
would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie!
Oh, Iris.
I'm so pleased, what a wonderful outcome. Her Magic Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Nobody resists Iris.
Oh, how lovely. Oh, how lovely. You promised me now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris, thank you for all your help earlier.
No, there was nothing. Just come back home soon.
One final pinch goodbye, was it?
Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Von Zix, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly.
Is he gonna smile? Please smile.
Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Ah, he doesn't. Wait, Lord Von Zix!
Yes.
What are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Von Zix family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Who's this?
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once fierce as a mighty reaper of the Bailey?
I beg your pardon.
For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely.
Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma Sogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured. Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. He's going back to Japan. He's going back to Japan. I'm home!
Oi!
I knew she'd show up.
About time you got here! We've been waiting all ages, hello?
What are you doing that? What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, yeah? British? It's gonna go off with a bang! I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you got here, when you're fireworks the next best thing, innit?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. One moment, I'm just gonna throw out some tissues from crying. I'll be back in a sec. I too was saying about the sudden sci-fi shenanigans at the end of the trial. Yeah, it's so well done. We never got to learn who Venus was.
Right! I remember that!
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You really must hear this is quite the most extraordinary thing. Oh, you really must hear this is quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his venture, a sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess where you suppose the fiendish runaway concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in the cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Chums.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Oh, Bruno, here you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat.
Time to fill me boots.
Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yep, I'm losing me coopers, clobbers, and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me.
You're leaving the police force, but why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh,
Anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned dick, ain't he?
well, perhaps people can change, you know?
Ah yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
What? It's Inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch of his was pride and joy. I suppose great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now... it stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit.
It's gotta be me, there ain't no one else!
Quite right.
I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss.
Yes, Ginny, yes he was.
Oh yeah, I made you a promise on didn't I, Iris? I'll become a portrait detective one day and track you down your old man.
Oh.
What, Anne? It's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking back and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina. It might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
She's gonna have a hard time, yeah. Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I want to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he is from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
Hurley's a dad now, yeah.
I think, Mikotoba. Yes, Jones? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you.
Oh?
Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all.
And I should have never experienced it.
Were it not for you. You old softy, Jones. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's a problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
Ha ha ha! Oh god. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always a warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. That attic room has been in my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come, and so have I. Time to bid this place farewell.
Naruhodo.
Oh, Naruhodo!
Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room.
Yes, Sasato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters she needed to take care of.
Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up.
Law client fight Zix.
I made up my mind years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Law client fight Zix wishes before you died, you mean? Before he died, you mean? Yeah. Hold on. Let me clean off some spots on my monitor real quick. God, I'm so unorganized. I'm so disorganized today. Holy shit. I'm really fucking out of it. Holy fuck. Oh my god. This game's so fucking good.
Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect our secret, you know. Calling in Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Von Zieks, and made the matter worse to Sato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes of the time.
Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of that halting any investigation you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story. I mean...
Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it, and I'd carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah.
It was the only case Shams and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. And Shams and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned to the manuscript by points to Shams for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Shams had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, and as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. Oh no. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shulms all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but I was always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Flashback enter. Yeah, I know, right? Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized, no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The prosecutor's path. No, the lawyer's path.
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to with you as Japan. Back to Japan with you as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution.
I'm done with this game. I'm fucking done with this game.
Resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
We have got to get over these barriers. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night.
Oh, hi, Susato. Did you hear that? Susato-san.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did. Yes, I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
I had a feeling. In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I just realized this game's gonna end on an objection, isn't it? It's gonna, oh god, I just forgot every Ace Attorney game does. Oh no. It's gonna be my last ending Ace Attorney game because I've played all of them. Oh god. I did one to earlier this evening actually, but you'd already gone out. It wouldn't be Ace Attorney, no.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew what it was you'd decide on Naruto-san.
You did? Susato-san.
Ah, yes?
I suppose it means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
Yeah, the music box. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant by his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh yes, you're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. No, not the port. Not the port. Not the port. Not the port. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I would do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit, say you will.
Of course. I promise. Hello?
Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that.
Honk!
Susato-san.
Oh, it's voice now. Oh no, I'm done with the voice acting, and the very last thing I do is a honk. No way.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Kazuma's gonna be in the fucking case. Watch.
before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Sound like a goose. I mean, Untitled Goose Game, right? Honk.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Oh my god, his voice. His voice.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
When I said he reminded me of Edgeworth.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me
Oh,
for a while.
shit.
Karma? Why?
Because your descendant
Because
is going
I've
to
seen
kill.
it now. I've
is going
seen
to
what's
not-
inside me. The
Whatever.
demon that reared its ugly head that day.
God, not this music. Not this music.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Aww.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Oh,
You mean you knew about this?
the way he said that as well.
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
I knew they weren't gonna just let that plot point of something important.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
Do one last Susato takedown, please.
I'm terribly incompetent.
She's not going to, but I need
if
it.
you'll
I
have
need
me,
it.
I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Honk!
Bruno, your ship's about to leave.
Yeah, that's
Time to
exactly
go
what I
then.
expect for Iris.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Don't forget me!
Ryunosuke.
Fuck.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
Pronounce it
I'll never
exactly
forget
how I
all
expected
you've
him
done
to.
for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Here it is.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I can't read this. I can't read this. I can't read this. Fuck. But he said that he might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it. Okay, I'll try. I'm annoyed that I missed Cholmes's, but... Oh my god.
In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future.
Oh my fucking god.
The boss let me know for you, know? I can read every letter now. At A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, you see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for long runners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Aw. Oh my god, the ending theme has the fucking interrogation, the music as well.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver or not, but it's a good art. You reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before I start down in London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection out of Gregson, they say.
Aww. Why do you give Gregson a voice like his stuff he knows? Because that's just what I did. Oh god, I can't.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry at the Office of Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Where's the objection?
Objection! The minister has determined it to be it was the Scottish counsel for the defense, and the woman forbidden to enter the courtroom.
Really? My friends who sat to stand in the British courtroom all the time doing a wonderful job.
Oh my god.
Perhaps I should have engaged in service as a regular legal team.
Oh my god.
Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills, if you don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No, and I'm glad.
Fish fillet and chips.
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything has settled. But what have I done? I was so excited I expect this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barok, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometime.
They could just play the concert cover most of the soundtrack, yeah. I need to go back and read what Mr. Sholmes said.
When I went to make the waxwork impression of the kill in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspos would not do.
Let me see if I can read. I'm gonna rewind the stream vote a little bit and see if I can get what Sholmes said at the start. Okay, after all this.
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty tidbits to passers-by, you know. Everyone calls me maybe a peppino and a spaghetti and a moretto and a hetta. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daddy, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together.
I missed, I think, what Sholmes and Ira said. Yep, Hiromitsu Mayaba as well. The Kitagawa, I think, is the one that did most of the soundtrack.
When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. The prosecutor's path. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. And until then, I leave Karuma in your care.
I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest well as you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers.
A great ace attorney, you might say. Oh my god. And they filled in the Dharma! Fuck yes! Aww. Wagahai! See, this is how you end a game with a photo. Don't say anything. Don't say anything, please. Curb hasn't finished the game. Don't comment on that. What an ending, Jesus Christ. Alright, let me just read what Sholmes and Ira said at the start because I missed it.
I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote cinematograph since that day. But I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and what of the promised closed court secrecy? Anyway, I've decided that an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in a distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever.
Are you spoiled on it? Oh, that's a shame. Okay.
I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
So he can become a Fire Emblem Lord, so he can become a Leah. Oh my god. Don't worry, there's better stuff in the ending than the photo. That's all I'll say. Aha. Oh my god. I'll DM you, Bank. Natsume has a really good character. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. These truly have been the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Oh my god, Mikoto and Sholmes. Is Sholmes gonna follow along with us now? And Wagahai in the credits as well. I haven't been paying attention. Look at him go. Oh my god. Oh. Yes, the clapping! Go for it! Go for it, the clapping! Oh my god. Yeah, Sholmes. I don't... I think I missed the perfect screenshot for this ending, actually. So I'm gonna have to go back and get it. Oh my god. Oh my god, Capcom. I don't want to think that this series is dead. But they haven't made a new game for like 5 years, 6 years now, I think. And that's really sad. If only Capcom would remember they have serious that on Monster Hunter and Resident Evil. I feel that. Oh my god. They did bring back it's not a new game though. Oh my god, look at this. Fuck, man, it's over. It's over. Oh my god. I wouldn't say ports are low effort
At least with Battle Network, I believe they aren't emulated. So they're quite literally running on hardware and they do that. Yeah, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. When does this game get good? New portraits. This is a visual novel, of course. Oh my god. Moving pictures. Wait, Special Trial 2017? Wait, I need to check this stuff out. There's so much. Why is there just fucking him? Yeah, they're still not making a new game. That's what I was gonna say, yeah. Moving pictures. Wait. Do I check this out on stream? Spoiler, there are many story spoilers in the downloadable content. Thank you for playing. Oh my god. Oh, there's so much here. The Great Special Trial. Is this something I can play through? Why is things right there? I know, I want to see this. Holy shit. Is this just the... Okay. It's just video? Alright. Hold on. I need to see if I can go back in. Where did I last save? At the epilogue. Okay. Hold on. It's the autosave. I need to see if I can, like... Is that just gonna...
And that...
Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. I need a screenshot for the thumbnail. Alright. I finished the game again, everyone. I've replayed the game. Bag, you can't tell me not to replay games. I finished the game. Yeah, oh my god, it was so fun playing along with you, God. It actually worked out really well. Can I start from anywhere? Yes, I can. Wow, that's actually really in-depth. Okay. We play a good game now. Yeah, you can. It's a visual novel. You can start from chapters. There are visual novels that are really detailed on where you can start with. I don't remember when my last, like, manual save was. Where was it, actually? It was fucking... I haven't saved since, like, 2 hours ago. Jesus Christ. Not that it matters, it's a visual novel. They did, didn't they? They let you do that, not specifically, like, so in detail, but it was like, you could start from different parts of the investigation. At least in the trilogy, I remember that being the case. Okay, so thoughts on this game. It's peak. This is my favorite Ace Attorney game now. That's it. I really don't have any other thoughts. There's nothing in this story that wasn't used to maximum effect. Everything works. Everything is connected. And the writing, it really feels like they wanted to tell a story. Which I don't think I've felt since Trials and Tribulations as much. I guess Investigations 2 as well. The Spirit of Justice was pretty good. But yeah, wow. I wonder how fast I can get through the game if I'm skipping. They really did put a lot of heart in. This is Shutaku. They got Shutakumi back for this, and holy shit, you can really fucking tell. I don't even remember Spirit of Justice. I remember the ending. I really remember the ending of Spirit of Justice, and I think that was it was a nice ending. But I need a again, are they planning on doing any more of this after this game? But who knows? Alright,
Yeah, no. Every single piece of dialogue in this game oozes character. Every single point, there are no loose ends off the top of my head. Every single thing was covered, you know? They even touched on why Barok didn't do, like, left the courtroom for like 5 years, you know? I need to get going. It's almost time for bed. What time is it? Shit. It's 1 o'clock. Okay, I need to make lunch. It's like the opposite of Xenoblade 3, indeed. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? No loose plot threads, no. Yeah, early sleep. I went to bed early last night. Well, early as 11:30 is, but like, as soon as I could, I hopped into bed so I could stream this in the morning before I have to go to uni and like, well, I gotta feed the cats before I go to uni, and that takes like an hour because they're so particular about it. I like Xenoblade 3, I just don't like its story. It's still a 9 out of 10 game, but the fact that it's a Xenoblade and it's not a 10 out of 10 game really grinds my gears in a way that I don't think it really grinds my Xeno gears. Yeah, I'm glad you were here for the ending, Chris. Okay, so while I'm here, just so everyone knows what's happening next, if I have time tomorrow around this time again, I will try stream Fire Emblem 7. I gotta plug in my Wii U again. I'm excited to boot that thing up for the first time in God knows how long. So yeah, next game I'm gonna be playing is Fire Emblem The Blazing Blade. And I'm thinking I might alternate between that and Zwei 2. But I'll see how Fire Emblem treats me as well. I just know that 7's gonna be a bit of a slog to start with, at least. Just because of all the tutorials. But I'll see how I go with that, yeah. Check what bank DM'd me. Do I want to? That is a terrifying thing. That is terrifying. That's a terrifying message you just sent me. Let me see what you sent me. Oh my god. That's so funny. That's perfect. That's fucking perfect. Alright. Is this worse when you play a bunch of them before you know everything? Yeah, the thing about Xenoblade 3 is it kind of like it's basically Xenogears but without the punch, which is weird because Xenogears also doesn't have punch due to how Disc 2 is, right? In some regards. But it's like, a lot of the concepts, they kind of stole from Xenogears, but changed the context in a way that doesn't really work. It doesn't mesh well together, you know? It's very inconsistent. It feels like they took like a bunch of concepts from different Xeno games and tried to just make... This is why I feel like it feels like they made a Xenoblade game only in name. Like, they were just going through the motions of being a Xeno game. But yeah, I'm not here to critique Xenoblade 3. CM's probably really fuming at what I'm talking about right now. But yes, I'm trying to get a thumbnail. I don't have to do this on stream, but I'm like post-game and I'm like still thinking about the game. Holy shit. We're hearing so many opinions of the game, how the game's leading out. Look, is there much to spoil you on Curb other than the ending at this point? She finished chapter 5, chapter 6, started chapter 6. Yeah, there's a bit, but I guess, yeah, you should finish it at some point. I know you're gonna get a capture card and do that, right? I hope you enjoy it despite how much I've been, like, trashing on it. Because it is still a good game, but, you know. But yeah, I'm kind of in that post-finishing, like, one of the best games I've ever fucking played. And I'm just like... Holy shit.
Oh my god. This is the best Ace Attorney game. This is absolutely just the best Ace Attorney game. God, I wish I could skip to like specific scenes, but yeah. I'm a bit partial to Ace Investigation 2. Yeah, I was talking about this on stream. I don't know if you were here for this, BDP, but I was saying like Investigations 2, while it's really fucking good, my issue, I think, is it's just good, right? Like, it doesn't feel like it sticks out. It doesn't stand out, you know? In the way that, look, I was pretty hyped to it, but once I got to it, and I was like, yeah, it's good. That's all it is, you know? Like, it's really fucking good. But because everyone hyped it up as the best Ace Attorney game, I'm sitting here like, yeah, this is good. I don't see any problems with this. This is good. This is good. And that's all I felt. This one made me feel something, man. You know? This one made me feel something really, really hard, you know? And to think I have so many Ace Attorney games to go through. Part of why I've been so emotional is I don't have any more. I've finished the series. I've played every Ace Attorney game. I played it right, basically when the patch came out. Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Just in case I miss... Yeah, okay, save final. That's fine. I don't mind making another save slot. It doesn't matter, it's a visual novel. So what I wanted was the clean thumbnail of them crossing swords, but specifically only Yunosuke's face, because otherwise it's gonna be a mess.
I've just checked. Such a...
Before I set off and give my...
Actually...
Kazuma! What?
Alright, hold on. And you get the thumbnail for the video, that's all.
Do you... To be honest, I... Me too. Oh.
Actually, really... I'd like you...
Karuma?
I've seen...
Gregson!
It was only...
Yeah.
But it was unmistakable.
God damn it. God fucking damn it. I
I've
didn't expect
always-
this
the
game to
fact
make
that
me
it-
cry.
well,
I knew it was
I-
fucking hype, but like, holy shit.
So...
Until I'm ready to... I leave this in your...
Of course I will. Until we meet
This
again...
giveaway woke and the hidden love of fish and chips in me, yeah.
Naruhodo-san?
Yeah, if they ever make a sequel, it has to be very
The-
detached to all of this.
I wonder...
It couldn't be a 3, it'd have to be...
I mean,
it could be called 3, but it could
but-
be just completely different.
Honestly.
Wouldn't have the same charm,
You
though,
know-
because I think a lot of
You
the...
mean you knew about this?
sell for this game is it's set in Great Britain. Unless they come back, but I don't know. Anyway, the idea of them making a new game seems kind of crazy. I really hope they do, but goddamn, I don't know how they're going to top it.
It was the eve she came...
Really?
I'm quite happy for them to just end it here with Great Ace
So,
Attorney. They don't
you-
need to make more,
Yes.
you know? It'd be nice to see, but it'd be hard to nail it in a way
I know it-
right,
Coming here respect...
that works
Well?
as well as this.
We've never... I worry that
Unless,
perhaps
again,
I'd
it's a
be
completely
burden
separate story and doesn't really relate to this.
He's
In which
just as
case,
much
just
of a
make
stickler for
a
etiquette
new
as
one
you are.
completely set with new
He'd
characters.
never say
and all that.
anything before he was asked.
You know? An investigations game with Kazuma would be pretty good.
But I'd feel happy
That's the
knowing
only
you were
thing,
with
you
him.
know? But we need investigations.
Of course.
Them to make another investigation game, which seems unlikely.
But yeah, I'm not looking for a sequel. I think this is, yeah.
What do you think?
A new one would lean more on
With you
Holmes
by my
cases.
side,
I read
no
that as
trials
Sholmes.
seem to. So if you're willing,
This game has forever ruined my reading of
Terribly
Sherlock
incompetent.
Holmes. Fuck, I meant to say
If you
Sherlock
have
Holmes.
me,
I'm gonna just say
delighted.
Sherlock Holmes every time every time, you know.
what? You're lucky.
As it happens,
Okay. This is right before where the thumbnail is, I believe.
You're time to go then.
Cosmo, draw your sword.
Mariah. Okay, I don't know anything about Sherlock Holmes. I got to admit. But yeah, fair enough. Okay, here we go. Let's not miss it this time. Because the reason I'm doing this is I took the screenshot and they were like, they had dialogue on screen. So if I just need to get the few frames where there's no dialogue, you know? Yeah, we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're done. We're done. Okay, easy. All right, I'm done. Holy shit. Thank you so much for watching. It's been fun to stream probably 3 of the best Ace Attorney games. I played most of the series back when I was much younger, so being able to stream some of these and share the experience with people has been really great. Really appreciated having a fairly active chat for this game, actually. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah. Oh god, when am I gonna play DGS 3? Danganronpa 3? Danganronpa V3? I've already played it. Yeah, they really need to sort out the current timeline with Apollo and his family issues. Yeah, oh god. What a fucking good game! Alright, I need to go make some lunch. We've been streaming for 4 hours. We've finished the game. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow, I'm hoping I have enough time to at least begin Fire Emblem, The Blazing Blade. If you want to watch that, I'll probably let you know. I'll probably tag you. That's just how I am. But I'll see you then. Thanks so much for watching. This has been a joy to play, especially to voice. I got really into the voice acting by the end. Binding Blade sucks. Fuck Blinding Blade. Worst game. Worse than Trails. Anyway, DM me when you go live. Yeah. I am a little busy tomorrow, so it may only be in the afternoon, evening that I start, but I would like to try streaming in the morning moving forward for the next few weeks, just because I can, because of scheduling things at the moment. Life, right? But yeah, until then, I'll let you know. And CM, if you've made it this far and didn't click off the video already, I don't know when I'm going to play a game that you can watch next. You really need to play the Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative, but otherwise, yeah, my next plan isn't going to be anything that you'd be interested in for the games I want to play next. I think until Tears of the Kingdom Zelda drops, there won't be anything for you to watch. But I hope you enjoyed this playthrough. I know you've been watching. I don't know when you'll get to this, but I'm sure you'll DM me about it when you finish it. But yeah. Anyway, I think that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I need lunch. And I will see you next time, whenever that is. Have a good day, everyone.